Alright. Good evening, all. You'll have to forgive me as I get myself together. Having some trouble getting into the mindset of streaming, so I'm just gonna sit here and talk on mic for a bit. Plan for today. Yeah, I'm just gonna learn the music because I don't even want to right now. Plan for today is to... I want to crash in the Linux kernel. We currently have it that with a minimum bootloader from NetBSD, we can crash into we can load a kernel elf file. We also were able to build a generic Hello World program. So, are we not live? Hey, J.R. Davis. Yeah, we are live. Stream is public. Okay. I guess it's just being slow, or my internet's just being more crap than usual. Alright, anyway, I mean, YouTube says I'm streaming at excellence, so I'm not going to worry about it. So, we did do some stuff last night. Hey, Shimas, let me try that again. Shimazir? Yeah. I'm kind of just trying to stream like an hour or two a day, very short tasks, and just kind of get there a day at a time. I need to be doing something with my life, and even if I stream, like, there's gonna be days I'm in too much pain, and I think I'm wondering if I can just get to the point that I could just get over the anxiety and like do a cutting to 99 wood cutting stream session. So the current problem is I don't know where we're crashing. Let's see here. Debian test bench. We did check out Cume that can run NeXT. We were able to start Plan 9 off it. And I prefer QEMU for multiple reasons. It has a debugger. Remembering how to use that debugger is going to be an entirely different thing, and this is just Plan 9 booting up. I apologize. You know, some days are good, some days are bad. Alright, I have to type TCP in. Yeah, this was interesting. I've never tried Plan 9 in any form before, and we did get it working, but that's not what we're actually here to look at. So, I remember there being, I believe I can connect KGDB to it. Kernel image must be specified. It's been a long time since I've... except GDB connection on dev, starting the guest without waiting for it to connect, so... I might have to build a cross debugger, but that isn't terrible. And yeah, I'll make it wait for the debugger, because last time I used this feature, one of the problems I always had with it is if the emulator restarts, GDB gets stuck in a stupid state, and you have to reboot it. So, do I have a cross debugger? I do not have a cross debugger. See if GDB multi-arch is up to the task. If not, I'll have to build across Debugger. Alright, well, I'm doing as okay as I can. I actually feel somewhat better today. I'm definitely not feeling good, but I am feeling better. I went through the first of 2 economics books that I'm going to need for this semester of classes, and I went through and highlighted about 300 pages. I still have another 2 textbooks because I still have philosophy 2 and economics 2 that I have to go through and highlight. But just going through and highlighting it means that the mental tax for writing my notes is about half. Classes don't start until October, but I've had enough catastrophes in the last year that I want to have buffer time for finishing this degree. I kind of need to do this for myself. It's a long-standing pain point that I never really got to choose my education at any point. So it's a personal achievement thing I kind of need to do for my own happiness. And if I can work on studying, I'm not completely an invalid. Something that I've been kind of dealing with over the last few things. We're not done with Plan 9. We basically did what I set out to do, which was to see the state of it. So that was just, I was in high pain last night. I was curious. I didn't think I was going to need a whole lot of brain power. There we go. Alright, let's see if this actually works. Localhost. That's more. So attach TCP. It's been a while since I've done this. Oh, isn't it set target? Oh, I can't believe I've actually forgotten this. Or target remote. That was it. Target remote localhost. Yeah, that was what I was afraid of. Architecture rejected. Target supply description. Yeah, that was basically what I expected. I have to build it from scratch. I'm just debating if I need I think just an elf debugger is what I need. I don't need an A out one. And I doubt the Freestar Foundation GDB can work with the mod. Maybe it would work if I load the image in memory. The Xenix videos, I burned out on that project real hard. It's still on my to-do list and my plate and something I'm going to clean out. I kind of want to get through the backlog, but I need to be doing something. And right now, if I touch those projects right now, I'm just going to burn out again. One of my biggest problems with editing videos is I basically just end up burning at both ends through it. When I did the Linux from scratch video, it was a lot easier, to be honest, to just add the streams together. I have a pretty good idea if I make a video out of this, because I'm not guaranteeing myself I'm going to make a video. I gotta keep it simple. I have to set hard deadlines on myself. Wow, my internet's being shit tonight. I mean, it's quality excellent, so I mean, yay. I technically don't need a debugger for this, but it's gonna make everything else easier, so I might as well just set it up now and make my life that much easier. This is in particular a learning exercise for me. I have never actually done this before. In theory, I know everything that has to be done. I've never actually done it before. And that's porting Linux to a new platform. I've done bare metal work with UEFI, but that was on ARM and ARM 64. Because Motorola 68000 was kind of dead when I was a teenager. Like, it and VAX are kind of like, it's held together out of tradition more than anything else. Although I wouldn't be surprised if Linus finally kills it out of the tree. Because God knows, why would you need to keep code that people actually might use at some point? That's why I appreciate the BSDs so much. Like, yeah, it's kind of a meme. It runs on VAX, but VAXs are a lot easier to emulate, and maybe at some point we'll try and go back and fix up the NeXT port. I'd really have to understand NeXT to fix that one. Yeah, it actually will help me if I want to do this, if I want to really understand. One of the things I was doing with the OpenBSD VAC stuff was I wanted to understand why it was hanging. And as best I could tell, there was an issue with the MMU flow control. And I looked at the documentation, I looked at the code. It looked okay, which told me that there was probably a race condition pretty deep in the monster. I know from experience that SimH is not a good emulator. It works well enough that no one actually cares, but it does behaviors that it executes a lot of. It's not a particularly accurate emulator, is the way I should say. Because when we were running OpenBSD on the 25 megahertz VAX, it was rock solid. Meanwhile, it would crash and burn in the emulator with alarming regularity. Hey, Weeping Scorpion, thank you for the kind messages. Like, right now, it's trying to just do something that I don't feel like a lump. Like, one of the large problems I've been seriously dealing with is agoraphobia. I have legitimate terror of going outside these days. I don't know if that's because I'm out in the country but I was having the same problem when I was in the United States. It started a few years ago, and it's something I think I've got to deal with, but I don't know how to right now. But being indoors all day, it's like, do what? Just sit watching YouTube videos? Like, kind of fuck that shit. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do this in very small increments. And seeing how long I can do it. I have shit coming up in September, but I'm gonna see if I can stream. If I have to travel in September, I have to travel. But I guess we'll do stuff on the laptop while we're doing so, even if it's just like for an hour. Ah, fuck. The joys of having to download the everything. Yeah, I need to be doing that. I have to like get to a stretching thing. It's getting health back in more functional order. Even just being able to sit at the desk and focus on a task for a few hours has been more than I've been able to do. Like, as of late, I've been playing a fair bit of Factorio. I actually finished out all the achievements except for the speed run one. It's a tight. It's not exactly a tight speed run, but it's 40 hours, and I did not love the expansion. I did get Keeping Your Hands Clean, and for some sadistic reason, I fucking did it on Death Row Marathon. Yeah, sorry if I'm not talking much. Kind of listening to the dogs. I mean, if this is something I can do, one of the things that drives me crazy is I have to stream at 720p, and even then, sometimes the internet here won't take it. See, right now I'm having trouble even keeping cognitive thought going. Maybe it's just too much dopamine, too much time on screens. I've had trouble pulling myself away from the screen at multiple times. In some ways, it's like this terrible addiction. And oh god, it's just the ramblings of N. I don't know why you people watch me. This internet is Greek rural bullshit. It's Vodafone VDSL. My god, it's actually down to 24. It's really fluctuating. If I knew I was going to have to do this, I would have done it before the stream. But welcome to Greek internet. How low will it go? I guess it was just that one file. I don't know. I guess not. It's just going to take its sweet time. Oh, yay. Slow downloads. I should just keep a local archive. I don't because I don't actually... I keep my NAS spun down unless I actually need it for something. It's not like I don't have the disk space, but I also just don't care enough. I don't do this often enough to warrant the headache of running a local mirror. I live in Greece, but I'm not Greek. I'm slowly learning the language, although, like I said, my health has not been conducive to this. But I'm out in the Peloponnese. I am way out in the boonies. It's fascinating in some ways being around here, like going to Corinth and knowing that biblical events quite literally happened there. and seeing the ancient ruins, it's kind of astounding, to be honest. The the town itself that I'm near actually is connected to the Greek broadband initiative. The problem is it doesn't go quite far enough down the road. It literally stops about 200 meters off the main road. More than that, but it's not far. It's just I'm not quite within the city. I'm kind of. I'll put it like this: the road that my place exists on does not have a official street address. It's fascinating having to look at documents, and it's basically a placeholder government address for something that has existed for a very long time, but doesn't exist as far as the government is concerned. And that's the wolves going by. Ooh. I haven't heard them barking like that in a while. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Ugh. That is a noise. It's just fascinating to listen to it. I hear them bark all the time, but sometimes it's noises that I'm not used to hearing. Even I have lived basically. I've lived in a lot of places. That's the easiest way to put it. Oh, someone made a thing that made a sound. It helps if I have the panel. Hey, thanks for the $3 tip. Honestly, it does make a huge difference. My shitty internet would be. Sorry, I thought I heard noises outside. I was trying to listen to it. Yeah, there's wild packs of dogs. I'm not sure if they're wolves or not. I've seen them quite a few times, though. Our dogs go completely ballistic when they go by, but they're in a gated area, so they're safe. But that was a little unusual because I think I heard one of the neighbors' horses go off. And they're usually pretty quiet. And then there were other noises. Oh, and this looks like my internet is taking a shit. No, it's back. In theory, I could get Starlink. In practice, it's not going to be, from what I've seen, it's not going to be much better. I don't think I could live stream over a Starlink connection without getting the wrath of Elon Musk. And I really don't want to give money to Elon Musk. There are a few potential solutions that I could do to fix up the internet. Like, if I got an office in town, I could get gigabit, and God knows real estate here. The town is in. Most of the Peloponnese is what we call economically unhappy. Most of Greece is, but it's not been pretty out here in that regard. Excuse me. I'm trying to function right now. So if I wanted to get an office space in town, it wouldn't be that terrible. The biggest problem is I currently do not have a valid license to drive. Not that I'd really want to drive in town, but it would be kind of useful in many respects. So I am slowly doing the process of driver's ed here in Greece. I've had to pass a 30 question RIN, and I had to get 29 correct. I did get it, 29 out of 30. I missed one question. Thankfully I could take the test in English, but oh man, I understand a lot more about how people drive in this country. I still feel like I've never been happy driving in Europe. I think Germany was worse than Greece. Although I'd say Athens was worse than Berlin, if I'll be perfectly honest. Um, I think a lot of it is that the priority rules. Either I have completely forgotten what priority rules are in the United States, but I was always the way I've always treated it is whoever gets there first has priority, and not the give priority system that give priority on the right, as well as some different rules involving default things if there's no road signs. Oh, good. All that actually downloaded. I don't know if there would be a Starlink equivalent we could use. Right now, there's the main internet, and then there's a 5G modem that is for backups. Although we have had outages where both were affected. Last summer, the wildfires took out Vodafone. We didn't have connectivity for about 20 hours. Ooh. Yeah, this is definitely. It's not the worst I've ever had. Alaska was by far worse, although it has gotten better there. Um, I really do miss Alaska. One of my biggest regrets that I left. It wasn't a good time in my life, and I made a lot of bad decisions following Alaska. But I look back at that, I have absolutely no regrets. I went to Alaska and lived there for a year. I didn't learn the right lessons there, but the fact that I went and did it and I learned something from it has always been a high point in my life. I'm sorry if I'm just waning. There was another thing I was thinking about before I got off on tangent. I mentioned at the end of the Linux for Subsystem video that I want to write a book, and I did actually put quite a bit of effort trying to do that. I wrote about 50,000 words, but it was more diarying than it was actual book writing. And then after January, I was so sick. I've made a few tries since, but I haven't really been able to get back into a writing groove. Um, I'm not an EU citizen, and I won't be for several more years. So, um, leaving Greece isn't very much an option. There's a lot to be said about this being a massive improvement in my living situation. Like, it's been healing to a regard because I now have very stable thing under me. I was gonna say house, but it's more than that. I need to actually get something to drink. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the mic was. I forgot the mic was on. Oh, that's better. Okay. I was. I don't remember what I was talking about, chat. I don't know. Sometimes the problem is that, in some ways, I kind of had this vision of what the Temple OS guy. Why can I not remember his name? It was Steven something. Terry Davis. I completely just blanked out on the name. Yeah, sorry, I'm watching the chat read in. Yeah, you know, it's. I worry I'm just sitting here kind of talking completely crazy and mad and so forth. Like, you ever have like the type of event that just kind of uproots everything you believe in? And for a long time, I had to live with very little hope in my life. This channel, to an extent, actually opened doors for me that made everything that followed possible. And it's kind of like trying to process all of it. I had a major, like, very powerful emotional moment about September. It was September of last year. And what had happened was I went to Crete. I went by myself. There had been difficulties in the living arrangements, to put it bluntly. And I just spent a week in Crete with nothing but my low power, my little baby radio, a Chromebook to run it, and my notebook. And for about, I think I stayed there 9 days. I did nothing else. I just went up, down the stairs. I would try catching radio signals. I was night cycling for most of that trip, meaning I was awake at night, dead during the day. I did go to a museum or two, but I just couldn't. Fortunately, Greece is a country that, while not 24/7, is open late, so it wasn't completely isolating. Like, I'd always have a place to eat, sit, write on a notebook. And it was a lot coming to terms of the chapter in my life I had just closed. I had put a video up on this channel called End of Season 1, and that was kind of when I realized I needed to close out the life that I was living. It was a life that had only led to ruin, and a lot had gone wrong in the years prior. And so it was kind of, well, what comes next? And that's sort of what I've been struggling with over the last year, and writing out my internal thoughts and feelings definitely helped clear out a lot of the baggage, so to speak. Like, I'm slowly coming to terms with everything I've been through, and at some point I'm probably going to be able to talk about them. But it's been a painful, slow process. Now, the reason I brought up Terry Davis earlier, I was trying to remember that, is that what made Davis so notorious wasn't so much Temple OS. It was dude basically had some views that I would just say are kind of yikes and leave it at that. And it was like a lot of people was basically, let's just say there's kind of a cult of personality around Terry Davis that I don't really want to get tangled into. But I was just having this vision as like, I'm talking in a mic worrying I'm talking out my ass, and it's like, am I different? I don't know. It was just like an image that stuck with me earlier today. And maybe it makes less sense now that I say it out loud. Password. Hey, cool. I think we've got a debugger. We do, in fact, have a working debugger. Now, if I can only remember how to use GDB. It's been a while, folks. When was the last time I actually had a working debugger on one of my projects? Like, I'm actually trying to think. When have I actually had a working debugger? That was surprisingly... Like, I didn't expect that to take so long. Okay, so now that ICANN has debugger, let's do some house cleaning. So let's just boot this into the Plan 9 folder. If we want to play with it again, we can always pull it out again. I need the bootloader from... Okay. So if we just do B... Oh, yeah, you're still in debugger. Go, please. Go... It didn't like that. What did I have as next boot? Oh yeah, that's the Plan 9 kernel. I'm guessing that this isn't generic enough to actually work, is it? Sorry, I was, Yeah, I know. He was... I don't know, probably shouldn't have brought up Davis. Every time I do, it starts arguments in chat. Song is... It's just a collection of music from... Missive by Andrew Langdon. Why isn't this booting? It might just be because hold on, let me start looking at the start command, because I know Q like this. I don't know if it was modified to be yeah, TFTP NeXT IP. Oh, that's how it works. You set the boot file. There's a way to... I might have just set GDB int. Because this does get annoying real quick. That's interesting that it gets an access violation doing that. Okay, did I screw something up? Don't tell me that gremlins have come and visited my computer in the middle of the night. Or maybe this is my penance for actually rebooting. Nope, this looks like it still works. Oh, that might be the Plan 9 kernel. That is the Plan 9 kernel. Okay, now it works. So that works correctly. I probably have to tie it to the same tap bridge. Oh. Apologize for my long-standing suffering, but this is gonna suck. I hate having to do this. Alright, I was hoping I can be lazy about it, but I actually do want a debugger for this. So, yeah, let's figure this one out. And let me just bring chat back up. Yeah, I heard about the Itanium fork for, sorry, let me catch up with chat. I heard about the Itanium fork. Neozed had it. I don't really have much desire to do anything with Itanium at the moment. It might be something we do in the future. I don't know. It's not going to be a short-term thing. I have kind of thought about like doing streams where we look at weird versions of Windows and find some oddities. I don't know if that's too much YouTube bait. Alright, I need to stop getting distracted. Okay, so Usernet, TFTP. I am legitimately confused on why that doesn't work. Yeah, every time I do tap networking, it's such a giant flipping pain in the ass. I did build part of a script for it. Yeah, because I thought this might be necessary. So let's do net up. Let's run that as root. Okay, so that gives us a tap network device. Yeah, so it's alright, so this we comment out, we put a new one in, so we are now tap. IF name tap 0. Let's see what that does. Right, and I need to start... You know what? Let's remove that flag so I don't have to actually have the debugger attached right now. Interesting. Did that actually cross the network? Yeah, I don't think that actually did anything. Why is it saying no carrier? Yeah, that's a good reason for that not to work. I completely broke it. Okay, there we go. Network script. Script none to tell it not to start one. You're gonna be a pain. Script no. Why are you trying to bring up sound? Or is that not what it's failing on? Could not create backend, cannot get card index. Okay, so now that's doing more what I would expect. We should be seeing something from here. Because that booted. This is not booting, although the fact that I had that TFTP line wrong does tell me that I definitely made some mistakes. Alright, well, it's a step in the right direction. So I don't need tap networking right this second. I just need TFTP to actually... No, I do actually need it because I need NFS to work. Shit. Okay, that means I actually need to figure out why this isn't working. Let me try running this as root again. Yeah, can't create sound. I have that feeling because it's not running as root is why it's having a hissy fit. I gotta tell it to disable sound. Audio dev none. That's what we need. So like audio none, like there we go. So has that done anything to our networking situation? Okay, the link went up. Oh, hold on, I have that feeling I know what is actually wrong here. Well, let's see if we're actually... We're not seeing the leases here. Let's see here. Old Jornadas and Windows CE stuff is Super H. I am legitimately trying to think of why this isn't working. Okay, hold on. So you can't talk to 3. I fucking hate networking. Oh. Yeah, I think that might have been the problem. Or not. Freaking... Masters Bridge 0. Masters Bridge 0. So these should be physically linked to each other. Okay, so those are the boot requests from the NeXT, and that is ending crossing over the network. But we aren't seeing anything from the outside world come out here. That is mildly annoying, to put it bluntly. I could either hit everything with a stick until the network works, or I could just run DHCPD on this machine and just kind of call it good. I think I'm going to do the latter. I really hate technology at times. It might be because sometimes putting Hyper-V interfaces in a bridge just might not work. It's kind of like, could be like Wi-Fi in that regard. All right, DHCPD. You know, I just realized, I think I just realized part of why this might not be working. Hold on. I might not have IP forward enabled. I have my doubts that that's actually the case, but... I don't know why those two can't talk to each other anymore. That was working. I gotta think about this. Nah, original plan works. Okay. So there's the daemon. I've got to get the config file over. Probably the easiest way to do that is just copy paste at this point. Can we please have working copy and paste? All right, this is Windows Terminal. I actually have to Control C to get it. Am I going mad? Export text. No, it says it's on the clipboard. Okay, I'm just going crazy. All right, well that's not working. Let's see, can I how do I easily SSH into this machine? It will have a net, you know, it'll have an internal network IP. So I can do it from there. I made a mistake of making this full screen. There we go. You'd think, you know, the issue of copy pasting between things would be solved. 29. This is not so much getting it to crash where I need it to crash. Are you... Hello? Why are we... Oh, right. No, that... Of course, that problem again. I need a less completely batshit insane network solution. I really do. Yeah, because the I have actually put some pretty serious thought on, if not Linux, maybe putting NetBSD on this machine and see if I could even run a stream off it. I have my doubts. It might work. Because I'd also need to redo it in coding. Hold on, I'll be right. Yeah, I was thinking, going back to, my biggest thing is I don't think you could get OBS to work under. I mean, it is all X, so maybe it would work. Why am I not using Slurp? I need to be able to have, it's not just the internet, I need NFS to work as well to a machine that I control, because that's how the NetBSD bootloader downloads files. So I need multiple moving pieces to basically sum it up. Forgot what I was doing, actually. Sorry, I'm... After the love of... There we go. That felt unnecessarily involved. Alright, so why is this complaining that it's not seeing any interfaces? It doesn't like the difference in network. I know I've had this problem in the past. I'm just trying to remember what you do to fix it when it happens. Yeah, the subnet matches. Subnet 10.100.0.0. No subnet declaration. I don't think it likes something about the config file. Well, I mean, that should be obvious, I should say. This was supposed to be a simple and easy stream. Why am I stuck in debug tool hell? How am I fucking stuck on this? The problem is that the NetBSD bootloader doesn't use TFTP, it uses NFS. Although I just realized that doesn't Qum have a built-in NFS server these days? Like, nope, does not work. All right. Problem is I'm not exactly sure why it's not working, and I can think of multiple causes. If we can talk between this system and the other one, the problem is because I was trying to do tap with previous in Linux earlier, which is why I had that script. And previous would not initialize the tap interface. I know it works with QEMU. You know what? Bridge would actually be the right mode here. If I can remember how to do it. Yeah, isn't it Bridge BR? Trying to think right now how I have to have it wired. Let me just connect it to the bridge and see if it does the thing I want to do. Oh wow, I am completely blah. Bridge ID. Bridge helper failed. That's a really useful error message. I've never seen this bridge helper failed. Here. I've done this so many times. The problem is that I do it just infrequently enough that it makes it actually hard to remember how to do it when I need it. I can't believe I've had so many problems with this. You'd think I know how to solve this issue like off the top of my head. I think tap is closer to what I actually need, and I think I have to set an IP tables rule. Do I not have IP tables installed? I thought that was part of the base system. I apparently thought wrong. Yeah, I'll accept. That's exactly what I expected to be. Let me think about this. So it is being seen from BR0. And we are actually seeing other... But you don't... Hold on. It's not hearing anything. Just make sure there's something that it actually can hear. Is this timed out? Yeah, that timed out. Well, now it saw a bunch of stuff. Uh... So it is seeing traffic. Yeah, it's not seeing each other on the, that's definitely different. Because it is seen here. I think this is what I get for trying to put too many levels of networking. I am really seriously considering going back to Linux or maybe putting Open NetBSD on something. Just for when I have to do obscure network shit. Because this is actually pissing me off. I like using Windows for doing video editing. I find it works so much better and smoother. But when I actually want to do, like, network shit, it sucks. Although I'm also having a Linux network problem. Like, why is this config so unhappy? Alright, let's just get this down to what it needs to do to work, because obviously... Okay, so it doesn't like the interface declaration. It doesn't like this. Like, that can't be right. So it really just does not like the subnet declaration. Okay, so what does it like? It's Gaia/24. Why doesn't it not want to bind to this interface? I am so fucking confused right now. I got it working on the Windows side easily enough. Like, that part actually isn't that hard. I'm going to reboot this VM and think about it so it goes back to a known good config. Wow, that was unhappy. I was able to get it to talk, tap to a bridge, and it was able to do things, but then everything else kind of blew up and fell apart. Even though it should all be level 2 frames, there's a good chance that Hyper-V's VLAN shit is having a fit. I haven't decided if this is going to become a video or not. This is me just trying to actually sit here and fucking do something. I'm almost tempted to give up on this, or I either have to get this built under Windows. I kind of hate both those options. Like, I really do. I know that having the debugger is going to save me fucking like 20 hours down the line. I know it. If I have to do this without the debugger, I am going to be like... I will cry. The problem is if I want the debugger to work, I need to be able to load my code. I am debating just doing this on NetBSD. Problem is NetBSD doesn't behave very well under the kernel is fine. X has a hissy fit under remote desktop. I wasn't able to use it. I need to stop and have an actual think about this. I just remembered this happened to me when I was doing shit on the VAX, and my solution for this to get it working on the VAX was so stupid I don't really want to do that again. I use SimH in a VAX because the fundamental problem here is that we've got like 6 different incompatible network technologies. Even if I was on Linux directly, I suspect getting it all to talk to each other is obnoxious. What I think I remember ending up doing is I think I set up VDE. I plugged SimH into VDE and flip switch, so it started NetBSD, and thus I had a really easy way of testing the network. I made sure those two could talk to each other, and then I was able to talk to QEMU in there. That's what I remember having to do, and I can't decide if there's a less stupid and hard way to do this. Like, if the NetBSD bootloader downloaded the kernel via TFTP instead of NFS, I wouldn't need a full networking stack at this point. I think OpenBSD does the same damn thing now that I think about it. I know older, like way early 90s NetBSD I know used... No, I think it's always used NFS now that I think about it. Because I remember trying it on very old versions and it always would load the bootloader from TFTP and the kernel off NFS. It's kind of... Intel, that's the weird one that it, last time I used Pixie to boot a machine, yeah, it loads the Linux kernel via TFTP, or at least it can. Most of the time you're starting Pixie Linux, and then Pixie Linux, I think, loads via TFTP. I need a little bit more than a bootloader. I need my bootloader in the emulator. And then that bootloader is going to download a second file via NFS. It's going to start the Linux kernel that way. Because I'm just going to recycle. For the moment, I'm just going to recycle the NetBSD bootloader. The only other way I could do it is if I did the if I somehow had the prom load the kernel directly. But the kernel doesn't. The prom doesn't know what a null file is. Putting the AI out hack on that, it's easier to go from the NetBSD bootloader down because then I at least have multiple things in memory. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the short version is I don't have a bootloader that downloads off TFTP, and I'd like to use the... I don't really want to spend time re-implementing that if... It ultimately kicks the can down the line. I still need this to work when I get to start kernel, because if I'm going to actually boot this thing, I'm going to use a network root. It's way less. It's the easiest way to do it. So I'm still going to need the NFS server at multiple stages. So this isn't time wasted. I'm mentally not going anywhere because I can't think of what's actually wrong. So I'm just sounding it out to figure out why the two boxes aren't talking to each other. Because I do have this working in Previous. Previous is attached. I have it working in Previous in Windows. Previous is attached to the Hyper-V interface. Like if I talk it out, maybe I'll figure it out. Previous is attached to the Hyper-V interface on the Windows side. That's attached to a virtual switch that exists between all the VMs. I think I have to do this on Windows. I don't think I can do this in a VM, which means I have to build... Oh, I really don't want to build Qum on Windows. Oh, that... I should have everything for that, but that is a project. Like... I am trying to think what level of hell it is going to be to go through to actually build QEMU on Windows. I've done it before in the past. Let me see what I actually... Do I even have MingW on this system? I do have MingW. You do have a compiler. If I can remember the commands for this. Let's see here. This is a rabbit hole I really don't want to go down, but I think this is the easiest way. I'm fairly certain I can plug the emulator on this side into the Hyper-V bus. I know it works in Windows. It's been a really long time since I've done it, but I know I've done it in Windows in the past. You know, before I actually try and build it, let me confirm that I can actually do this in Windows without making my life hell on earth. Yeah, I do believe they have Windows binaries. I really hope they do. Let me, no, hold on. Let's go to, okay, so I can get it via Pac-Man. I'm not sure what the difference of this is. It says for 8.1 or above, so I guess we're going with 8.1. Yeah. I do appreciate that M System does not like break anywhere as often as Homebrew does. Alright, so the question I would like I like things to work, please. There we go. The question that I'm having... Okay, that doesn't work. I guess it doesn't want the CRT runtime. I just want to test the networking first. Oh, I think I need to upgrade more Pac-Man stuff. I think it didn't finish. Yeah, it didn't finish. This is going to take a while. You could use the ROM block drivers. That is interesting. I'm definitely going to be doing this very slow and steady on my own pace. So do be patient with me. I am actually doing this as a learning exercise. My end goal, I think, is at some point I want to make an attempt at porting XNU. I haven't exactly decided what that's going to look like. But the more I do on the platform, the easier it's going to get. Because I find it funny, the idea of running essentially Mac OS X on a NeXT hardware. Although I always struggle to answer the follow-up question of, why did you do that? Mm-hmm. And if I'm talking to a potential employer, I don't think self-inflicted torture is not a valid answer for an employer. Ooh. I can't decide if I'm feeling better or worse. The basic 3 steps I'm going to look at is I'm going to see how far I get with this, because this is going to kind of be my crash course. It's not like someone has a ready-made tutorial of, welcome to your Motorola 68000 processor. Here's what is needed to do hell. I haven't even cracked the Motorola processor manual yet. I'm going to have to. But I am kind of curious if I could just do this as a code porting exercise instead of actually having to read the fucking documentation. Because I've always found that if I want to get something to work in bare metal, find something that does something close, strip it down to the bare minimum, and then go from there. Because otherwise you run into this weird... You always can see... Unless you're like the first person writing code, period, which... happened to me when I was working on the ARM64 launch. God, it's been 10 years since I left Canonical. I've largely don't regret doing so, but sometimes in the more recent years, I wondered if I should stay at it. I also just remember it being... I was not happy in those days, to put it bluntly. I really was unhappy in those days. The job was a large part of it. Sorry, I got lost in my memories. I feel like I'm... Talking with people is a skill. And it's a skill you can forget, to be perfectly honest. It's hard to tell people your story when you've sat in silence for as long as I have at times. I'm not completely isolated. Obviously, I have human interaction in my life, but I'm just realizing I think the long period of silence, even speaking in English, because a lot here I say very little in Greek. I can say a few sentences, but it's a real struggle. And interpretive dance works well enough to get around a lot of shops. So coming back around to the bootloader discussion, I kind of see myself as using the NetBSD bootloader as the Omni bootloader. It's got a full C library, it's easy to tack more code into, and it's the most portable code known to mankind. Like, if we were to, I don't know, let's just say mock on, I actually just had a thought. There was a port of XNU done to ARM. But it was only the kernel. It didn't actually start the userland. It wasn't a full port. And I'm starting to wonder if that's where I might want to go first. I don't know. I know the NeXT kernel fairly well. I know ARM fairly well. Like, if I sit and have to do it, I can do bare metal ARM code without a manual. I just need the compiler, and I'd have to really stretch my memory on how it works, but I'm pretty sure I remember all the major opcodes. Because one of the things that I've been thinking about, if you really want to bootstrap an operating system, is the problem of the tool chain. Is because essentially I need lib. If I want to build Darwin, I need libsystem, and the whole thing is a giant circular dependency shithole. It doesn't clean build. It has to be built off itself, cross compiling, and it is this nightmare build system from hell. I've dealt with it in the past, but it sucks. Like, the whole system needs a lot of massaging to be able to build itself. But essentially, you need to have libsystem in Darwin in... I think it's all libnext on NeXT. It's not that far apart from each other. But there is a part of me that kind of wants to take the old ARM port and tack on the rest of the userland. I do... that's something I'm going to have to ask about. But I am thinking about it. If that's where we're... I'm not going to go there yet. I'm wondering if that's going to be step 2. Because that is one part of the system I'm trying to think of how useful that XNU kernel would actually be. Hold on, let me tap the brakes on that. Or let me partially tap the brakes on that. Apple has, in the years since, published the ARM64 kernel code. I am actually wondering how hard a 64-bit port would be of the old Darwin source. I'm trying to figure out what steps I'm going to do next, because there are so many moving parts of this project that I don't even know exactly how I want to tackle them going on. So catching back to well, that's kind of the reason I want to use an NetBSD bootloader. It works on all of them. God, this is taking a sweet ass time. I am assuming QEMU can actually do this on Windows. Well, the AI answer says it does work. I don't know if I'm going to trust the AI answer. I am actually fucking stumped right now. I'm not, I now am wondering if this is actually going to work the more I think about it. Virtual Ethernet driver tap 32. Do I have that installed? I do not. Yeah, okay, that's right. Didn't their fucking thing get bought out? Let's see, tap. There we go. I have this feeling that this doesn't work on 64-bit. Like, how old is this? I am currently deciding how much I hate my life right now. Like, it doesn't want to bridge. It doesn't want to connect. I am completely mystified on why this DHCP server will not run. I'm not convinced that DNS mask can handle a raw boot P request. There's a reason I'd use NetBSD when I have to get old systems booting. I can't believe how, like, I feel like I'm going around in a fucking... I'm just going to sit here and think until I can understand a way to solve this in a way that I'm not going to go completely fucking insane. I have run into this problem multiple times, and every time I have to deal with it, it drives me absolutely crazy. Require range in the subnet block. I'm not sure I could get GPU stuff working. I really suck at the math required to do that. It's not my competency. I could do it like if I have a gun to my head. But I mean, maybe at some point I'll look at GPU stuff and see what I can learn. Subnet. Someone said that there had to be subnet range. Oh. Did I do that on the wrong file, or did I... Yeah, I did that, do that on the wrong file. I'm smart. That doesn't seem like it did anything. It doesn't seem like that did anything. Let me look at this again. Because this is the quote-unquote easier way. You know what? Let's just copy this section right out of the manual, and let's just see if this works. White space really shouldn't matter, so let's just do that. Whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah, that works. That works. I don't seem to have a hanging bracket. I am completely confused on why this isn't working. I've rebooted the system, so the network config is... I can't believe I'm actually stuck on this. You know what? Just for shits and giggles. What happens if I tell it it can just assign the entire class B block? Okay. I'm going to take a quick walk and see if I can figure out what I'm doing wrong. ISC DHCP feels like it's gone backwards. But the problem is that I need a legacy packet type. DNS mask might work, it might not. Because it's pre-standard boot P, and I've always found these things to be temperamental. This is why I was using NetBSD. It works on fucking NetBSD. Alright, I'm back. You know, there's a really, really fucking stupid way I could solve the problem. I could just run NetBSD like in SimH here. I have actually done that. I've done that to start the VAX. I ran NetBSD VAX in an emulator to boot start the other one. I just feel like it would be utterly insane to actually do it. There has got to be a better way. For once in my life, I'm actually saying that. Yeah, I might give your bootloader a try, but when we get further along, I might, like, as of right now, I kind of almost want to learn at my own pace. And my own pace right now is actually solving this stupid networking issue. The problem is, I remember I never got Previous and Cume to actually talk to each other in a non-stupid way. The problem is that one, like, in theory, they should be able to talk to each other correctly, but for some reason, when I get every piece of this puzzle set up, I always have had problems getting these two to talk to each other. I have gotten this to work before, but I don't even remember getting this to work properly on Linux. I remember trying and failing to get this to work on Linux. Yeah, I might take a look. We'll see when we get there. This is not the first time. Linus has been deleting a lot of old code out of the Linux kernel. And the honest truth is I've had problems with anything that, like, that, I don't know necessarily if it's kernel, it might be glibc, but I've had problems with DHCPD or BootP or other network tube protocols on Linux for quite a while now, and the problem seems to get worse over time. And I really sometimes am starting to question my sanity. Is it me or is it my computer? Am I being gaslit by something actually being broken in the kernel? Because when I tried this shit with NetBSD, it works on the first try, and I trust that network stack more than I actually trust the Linux one. Because the Linux one is designed to make THCP fast, it's not designed to do it correctly, and you run into weird networking edge cases on Linux that you don't always encounter on other platforms. I've had this experience over and over and over again. Um, See, what's killing me is I remember having the same exact flipping problem. Well, there is one appropriately stupid idea I could actually do, now that I think about it. Assuming I can get the whole networking working even within the VM. The problem is partially because this is a VM within a VM within a VM, which is making it a little bit more broken. And amazingly, somehow QEMU is still checking for free disk space, which I don't know what it's doing. Hey, look, it might actually be finished. Yeah, because that was the other thing we've been waiting on, is because I can get around this by running something on the Windows side and plugging it into the networking interface, then yeah, that's great. And this is everything that is getting installed by M System to install Q. Well, it's doing an upgrade, then it can, in theory, install QEMU. And I can test it because, my god, technology just fucking hates me today. I'm amazed 93 of you are watching this. The other idea that... So I did have another idea that popped in my head earlier, is I was kind of thinking back to the fact that I said I wanted to write a book, and this was something I was working on. I'm starting to wonder if I should just try writing about the mock kernel, like fire up previous, actually boot into NeXT app, have edit open, and just write about the kernel for, I don't know, an hour. Like, there's a part of me that wants to write, like, I do want to write a book, and I just need to be working on a project. I need to be working on life goals. And right now, this feels like the way forward. It at least solves the problem of me not doing anything. There was Debian K FreeBSD, which kind of came when gone. There's been attempts to do it. In practice, you kind of get a worse of both worlds situation, is what my general experience using it has been. Because it's glibc based, a lot of stuff that assumes it's running on FreeBSD and does not work well. It's like a worst of both worlds when I briefly tried it. Yeah, Pac-Man's just kind of slow. Yeah, there's Debbie and Hurd. I mean, Hurd doesn't feel like it's changed much since when I was playing with it 10 years ago. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. You know, the thing that kind of bugs me is I don't usually vape on stream. I've always been a smoker. I have quit for years at a time, but I've been really struggling with it. I don't even know if I should be talking about it. Like, I don't care if the stream gets age restricted. These streams make almost no revenue. It's like I really don't care if one or two get age restricted. And it is something I really have struggled with. Yeah, it's paint. It's digital paint drawing in analog. Yeah, I'm starting to feel the effects of it on my health. I have over the last few years. Um, and I really am not sure what to do about it. The fact is that a lot of people. I have asked this of people that know me in real life, and I don't function without some sort of stimulant, and I become very short tempered, and this lasts for long periods of time. I have tried to quit. I don't know. Maybe if I was still in the US, I don't even know. I started smoking again because I was literally. I was in a really hopeless situation when I started. Like, I didn't think anything was going to come my way. And it's kind of like this back and forth is that I feel like I don't function if I don't use nicotine or at least something of that nature. The earlier comment just threw me, and it's kind of a. Like, I'm not going to say that they're wrong, but having someone say it in chat can sometimes be the wake up call. It's always weird being on this side of the desk. Like, I've streamed on and off for about 10 years. I used to stream pretty regularly when I was at Mixer, which was the last commercial gig I did before things got really bad. Um, and it's you always have to imagine the audience in front of you or the people in the stream. You have to basically take a username and their comment and figure out what it is. Caffeine doesn't do it for me. The problem is that I have a sleep disorder. As far as I know, as anyone can tell, I've always had it from the day I was born. As an infant, I didn't sleep for the night. I don't ever remember being able to sleep with regularity except for some short periods when I was in boarding schools. It was difficult, and it's not something I have a lot of control over. If you physically force me awake onto a regular schedule, I develop symptoms similar to sleep deprivation. It gets very bad very quickly. And as I get older, it gets worse and worse. Like, I'm not under any sort of reservations that I'm going to have live to an ripe old age. Kind of thinking I'll be lucky to see 60 at the upper offset. But for a long time, I never was able to think I was going to be able to live past 30. And then a few years ago, Hey, look, that finally finished downloading. I don't know. I don't know if I was talking too much. Apparently I have Cume on here already. I have it on the system history. That is strange. I don't remember doing that at all. It had to be back when I was doing Linux on XP. Okay, now I can download and install everything, I guess. It might have actually been faster to compile it from scratch. Yeah, the more I think about it, though, the more I worry it's not actually going to work. Because QEMU wants a tap interface. Unless I can connect it to it as a bridge in Win32. I really didn't think I was going to get stumped by this right now. What is with me? Like, I can't even seem to think of a actual working solution. Like, technically, I don't need to do this in QEMU. There are other ways to do this. But I have this working, and this works well. And so if I could have this with an actual debugger, it would be, like, absolutely wonderful. Okay, I remember how I solved this. I actually just remembered how I solved this. The way I did it back then is I did it on a fucking Pi. I put one of the machines on. I set up. Did I put previous on a Pi? I put something on a Raspberry Pi because when I attached everything to a physical network, suddenly it all fucking magically started working. That was how I solved it last time. I had to physically move it to two different machines. Um. I am trying to think of how I could easily do that here. I do have a Raspberry Pi on the network, but it's on Wi-Fi. I don't have a physical one. Problem is I don't control the DHCP server. Okay, that's not actually a problem because this is sending bootp requests into the network, which means I just need to physically be plugged into two places. Yeah, this was how I solved it last time. I had to run it on a different machine. It's either that or I'm going to have to like run Linux. I would have to all run it within Linux and do it like a fucking turducken. Like, there have to be less stupid ways to do this, but that is what I ended up doing. And it sort of sucked. It should work. Vert.io should let you recurse down indefinitely, so I could, at least in theory, do it that way, but getting it to actually work might sort of suck. Yeah, that is ultimately what I had to do. I remember I had to do this with the Vax. Now that it's starting to come back to me now. Wow, I lost a whole bunch of viewers at once. Did I say something off? Or did YouTube just do a YouTube thing? Or I'm just stuck. Like, I'm really not trying to milk this for content. I am legitimately stumped on how on why I had to do that the first time. I remember that's how I solved it, but I'm struggling to remember why I had to do it that way. Oh, that's right, because then I could attach both their VMs directly to the network interface. They couldn't see each other, but they could both see the remote machine, which was the Raspberry Pi, and that's what I needed to have working. That's kind of how that one played out now that I'm thinking about it. And I shouldn't have to need to do that, but that is what I had to do. All right. So now that we have this idea of what I had to do, what is the easiest way for me to actually do this here? I do have the NAS that can run VMs, and I've had good success with that in the past. I don't want to do any sort of VLANing shit. I'm pretty sure this whole network would explode because I have this shitty Vodafone router that I'm sort of stuck with. I really do remember having this problem. All right. The short thing I need to do right now is get this. Is see if I can figure out how to get this DHCP server working, or get a DHCP server working. I'm going to just try DNS mask. Maybe it will work. I really hate configuring this thing. Let me get a minimum config. Oh yeah, hold on, that's the wrong utility. I would like a config that isn't like a million lines long. Hold on, let's do this over here. This is why I didn't want to have to do it with DNS mask. We don't need it all that intelligent, so let's work with this. Okay, so the range is yeah, that's fine. So that was my concern. I don't think it supports. It doesn't support BootP. That. Says it will respond to BootP requests. Apparently I don't need to enable it. Okay. Let's see if that actually does anything. You can see how unreasonably long that config is, like the sample one they give you that has the everything. Address already in use. $53 is DNS. I don't actually need DNS, so... Okay, that did start, so let's flip the network config on. That's running. That's the wrong network device. This is the right network device. Oh, okay. Dev has no peer, so okay, that's fine. Tap 0, okay. Link. Alright, is link coming up? Link is up. Alright, that warning, I'm not sure if I should be worried about that warning. And you are not doing anything. This is why I really dislike using DNS mask. Like, I know every router in existence uses it. I suspect that warning is actually the problem, and someone's probably been screaming in chat about it. Okay, hold on. ID. I think I lost part of the command. Where was the handy README file with that start? Was it in README here? No. Oh, there it is. README, him reading next. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, there's the line that I think is missing. NetDev. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, it is talking to it. It's not accepting what it's getting, but it's... Oh yeah, because it probably needs a boot file. Alright, that is actually fucking progress, if you can believe it. It is a thing. Okay, so I need to get more into DNS masks config. Okay, I need to give it a boot file. File. Oh, okay, let's see here. Boot. Does it really? Okay, here we go. Boot file name. All right. So let's try DHCP boot. We add that down here. Actually, we'll add it to the top. Okay, no address configured. That's the line we need to set. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Why has it got two different MAC addresses? Or is that like a range? I guess there are platforms where you use DHCP that the range could be longer, although it has a comma. I'm gonna have to look at that in a moment. Let's just stick that in. Sure, let's go with that. Does it load? Okay. No address configured. Okay, I am... So it does respond to boot P, but I am less confused. I am less certain on how to use it. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at an example on the other monitor. I am... I really... 2, 3... Okay, so that is correct. Do you need a host name to also be happy? Like, that'd be annoying, but would surprise me. No address configured. What does this mean? You can see why I didn't want to have to do it this way. Hey, I see that some people in chat found each other. Okay, hold on. I think this is... I need to pull the source code and look, because the source code is the documentation. Okay, so it's dying because there's no allocation in the config. Okay, so that is working. This is talking to it. Okay, oh god, I just remembered the second major headache that's about to happen. I just remembered the second headache. Why I didn't want to do it this way. No, wait. This headache I don't think is actually true anymore. I don't need NFS v2 on Linux to make this work. Oh my god, yeah. The bootloader uses v3. It uses NFS v3. Oh my god, that was a heart attack averted. If I was trying to boot NeXT app, I'd need v2. Okay, so DHCP range. Oh, okay, yeah, that would do it. Yep, that time I got an IP. That time I gave it an IP, but it isn't happy because it didn't get a file name. Wow, it looks like it just starts spamming. So I need enable TFTP root. Why is that FTP? Oh, it's fine. It's whatever. I am suddenly worried that the NetBSD bootloader might be NFS v2. I can't imagine it would be. I might actually cry because I've done it before in the past. It's such a pain to actually enable v2 when you need it. Alright, so there's TFTP root. Let's actually put that. Sometimes I just really... Technology just... Alright, does that do anything different, or am I missing something? Okay, so if you do send a boot P, what are you actually sending in the packet? It's telling it file... Do I not have Wireshark? This will be like a million times easier to look at. Wireshark. And then it just kind of like loses its mind. Okay, I love it when code goes kind of bonkers. Yeah, that definitely looks like boot code that's gone completely crazy. Okay, so what are you actually... So boot reply... Apparently it really wants its boot file name to be boot. Okay. I mean, that's interesting that that requires that. So it gets a boot reply. I'm guessing the boot reply needs to be the same and not be pixelnx.0. Alright. Let's just try calling it boot, which it shouldn't matter, but whatever. Alright, TFTP response. And then... I changed the name. Yeah, DHCP boot. So what else is Pixie Linux like a default for? Do you actually like need this to be called Pixie Linux.0, like a file named that? Because that would be like obnoxious if true, but I could completely see that being a thing with this boot with this. I'm going to kind of cry if that actually worked. Okay, yeah, so it still doesn't like what it's getting, and then it rejects it. So it goes boot request, boot reply, and apparently we're always responding with Pixie Linux 0. What the shit? Oh. This just works on NetBSD. This is what drives me so fucking crazy. There is another option. I could add another tap interface and just put NetBSD in this VM. And for the life of me, I feel like that is the path of least resistance because I've been doing this for 2 hours and this is starting to drive me actually mental. So I am just going to do that. I'm going to download NetBSD and we're going to just do it that way because apparently I just can't do networking. Because it literally just works turnkey when I use NetBSD. I don't have to think about it. I don't need to do anything. And I feel like I'm admitting defeat by doing it this way. But at this point, I think I might actually go fucking mental. Like, I don't even know where Pixie Linux 0 is coming from. Clearing the capture. I thought I scrolled all the way to the end. Yeah, I did. Sorry for getting kind of this has actually got me really frustrated and angry. What is it giving? Server host name not given. That might be why it's rejecting it. Hold on, let's look at the reply. Server host name not given. I feel like Server hosting not given. What flag would that? What would that map to in the config? I think that would be NeXT server. You know, so I think what I have to do is I have to set that like that or it won't work. Okay, so now it's getting stuck in an ARP loop. That actually is progress. That means it's going further. Okay, hold on. It's not capture because I saw it sending ARP replies. So it means it was trying to find the next machine on the network. Is this not 2? This might be 3. I might have given it the wrong IP address. No, this is 2. So now it's not able to talk to itself. Oh, no, wait, hold on. It has the IP address and multiple interfaces. Is that even correct or not? There's a reason I fucking hate doing this under fucking... Don't think that's gonna make a difference, but sometimes I've just seen it get weird. Client IP address is set to 0s, which probably isn't right. I can't believe this of all things is what's causing us trouble. Like, I'm starting to question if this is even worth the effort right now. I don't even know what that flag would be. It's asking for the IP address. I think I have to use NetBSD's DHCP server. I know ISC DHCP can boot this, but I could not get that to work. I did change the option. It says we have next server IP, which was 0. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm thinking I need to use NetBSD. I know it works because NetBSD works with fucking everything. It's not sending any wrap replies, so no, it's not getting there. Oh, I am at a complete loss right now. I think just setting up putting it in the NetBSD VM is actually the right way. I kind of need to get my spoons together because I legitimately am kind of seething at this right now. And I kind of think I need to cool down. I'm not going to stop the stream. I'm just kind of thinking about what to do because this really fucking got on my skin. How is it that this is the hard part? I could do this without the debugger. I originally planned to do it without the debugger. But once we get into probing the state of the MMU, I am going to want the debugger to work, so this doesn't feel like a bad use of time. But I'm caught in a situation that really ISC DHCP, and specifically the version in NetBSD, is probably the only thing I'm going to get this actually going to be able to boot this thing. Yeah, I know that next server means I've ran a DHCP server from scratch. I know the protocol. BootP is a little bit different. I just am not sure what, or I wasn't a DHCP server, but I've ran a couple of low-level servers. Because your basic DHCP packet has 4 addresses. It's client, address, yours, and next. So the question is, so DNS mask client. I feel like just using the NetBSD one is like going to be less pain. It's just now how do I put all the plumbing together? Because I guess I have to make another tap interface. I gotta make another hard drive. That's exactly why I didn't want to do it this way. It just gets painful. I'm actually going to take a brief break before I touch this again. Alright, chat. I'm standing, walking around right now, just kind of having a think about what I need to do next, because this really got me frustrated. Alright, I had a bit of a snack. Running NetBSD in a separate VM is probably the easiest way to do this. So why don't we just install it, and then we'll have the two VMs. It's like fucking recursion. Oh, and I also need to install the system emulation. I'm either going to do this, or I'm going to just fucking pull out SimH and do it in that. Because somehow I feel like if I just pulled out SimH and told it to grab a config, it would just work and be easier. And that feels like a depressingly horrible sentence to utter. My master volume is low. Let me take a look here. Testing 1, 2. Well, my internet is really just kind of hating this. I am legitimately just kind of frustrated and angry over that. I'm just kind of sitting here, sort of venting smoke, kind of metaphorically, because yeah, it's really got that really up. Linux used to work well for this sort of stuff, and then it just all stopped working. Like ISC DHCP like broke one day, and it became very flaky. Like, it's not the first time I've had these weird and bizarre networking problems that only seem to occur on Linux. Now, part of this could be because we're running under Hyper-V. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if. But I also know I've had these problems with it not being in Hyper-V. It's like a fundamental compatibility issue that I barely seem to understand or grasp. Or I am just absolutely terrible at networking. And I don't know. It feels like it could be all the above. There we go. See, at least that command I can type off the top of my head. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Use BIOS console. I'm worried if I install X, it won't actually work. And then just install it from the CD. Okay. The suffering is real, chat. Like, really. This one is... This one just actually got me angry. Like, normally when I get the suffering, I just kind of despair. But this actually got me angry for once. And I don't like being angry, but... Sometimes dealing... It's sort of like... I was talking about earlier how I went long periods without feeling. And it's kind of like... Anger in and of itself is not exactly a bad thing. It's just how you use it. And it's kind of like... what I need to do to be pushing forward. This is installing. We'll set up its DHCP client because we know that works. And then if those two talk, then we're in business. This was way harder than it should have been. Alright. Well, we just let it run. The fact that it's saying minutes concerns me. It might be running in full emulation, which is I just noticed how much fast my fans are going. Yeah, it's basically eating. Oh, it's only eating up a single core, so like I can live with it. It's really not an elegant solution to the problem, but it's not like it's not like NetBSD uses a lot of resources. So I am legitimately just not going to care. Assuming it works. I mean, like, it's reasonably fast enough. It's also possible that VirtIO isn't enabled, which would be the other leading cause. So yeah, like, even if it's doing full emulation, it really is good enough. I just don't... I really have hated what Linux has become. I feel like the quality is just no longer there. It's become this undebuggable mess. And for what? Like, there are parts of the subsystem I do think we need replacing. And as much as I like to shit on, like, Systemd, that part of the system did need a replacement. And Systemd is a solution, if not my preferred one. But it really feels like the system itself is not in a good state. Like, I don't feel optimism when I look at Linux anymore. Maybe I just don't feel optimism about tech in general. And actually, I'd say that would be my core problem. Well, it's not compiling. I'm actually writing my own for once. I think I might call this video like something like Linux porting to NeXT hardware world record and any percent. I don't know if that's a good title, but it would be funny. I'm not even trying to think about why it's slow. I just want it to work. I've never actually had much desire to write my own kernel. I really haven't. I don't know. Maybe that's the lack of creativity on my part. Yeah, sorry, I was lost in my thoughts for a moment. All right, cool. So that is finishing off the entire install process. And with luck, it will just effing work. I think the only thing, I do want to enable SSH statement, although I guess I don't actually need it. Actually, let's do configure the network. No, it's not auto configuration, NetBSD. 10, 100, 0, 10. Yeah, it's going to fail because it doesn't actually have a network connection. Alright, we're just going to install it. Finish configuring. And reboot the computer. Are we on the hard drive or are we... I think we're booting back into the CD. Yeah, we're booting back into the CD. Alright. Does it boot? That's a good sign. Okay, it does boot. So now we need to connect it to the TAP network. Alright, so we need to make TAP 1. Alright, so that is TAP 1 created. Alright, so now we grab this. and we go to our NetBSD boot line. Make some quick edits. All right, so hub 0 is not connected. So net 0. I will never understand why NeXT, why it is so hard to configure the network on this thing. I think if I just get rid of the name like that. No, that needs to be there. That's not right. Net. Okay. Net dev is what it needs. Net dead is not going to work. There we go. Alright, well, if we have done everything correctly, it should be connected to the internal tap interface. It's not up yet, but it might be still rebooting. Alright, wait for it. Nope, you are still state down. Oh, you just might need to be set up. Tap 1 up. Okay, it's up. So can I ping it? I can ping it. Okay, that means we have networking. That is actually a really effing big deal. Okay, I need to add a user. All right, so that is actually a big step forward. Ooh. So now I need to pop out of here. I need to pop back to the host system. And then I want to copy paste this over. Oh wow, my system language got switched to Greek, or typing language. Alright, let's grab that. Shift insert to copy it. I always forget this. Nope, it's control insert to copy it. Oh, SSH must not be enabled. That's right. Is it SSHDS? I think it is. I can't remember if it's SSH or SSHD. Yeah, well, I'm not a new STEM grad. I'm studying liberal arts, to be honest. Maybe I'll make a career change, maybe not, but I would like to have some options in my life for once. And this is I finished doing the highlighting of the second of 4 textbooks today. I went through about 200 pages, did all the highlighting. So I want to get them all highlighted before September 1st, and then I want to have my notes done by the end of the month for both books, which will put me well ahead of where I need to be over the next 6 months. Like, for once in my life, I'm actually planning ahead because I feel like I might actually be here in a year. And that's really hard to get across if that's not something that's ever been a thing in your life. Why is that complaining? Okay, gotta fix some things first. Okay, let's see if that actually worked. It did. Booting next boot from. Okay, we are back to where we started. Oh my god, I can't believe how much effort that actually took. What we're doing, Miko, is well, yeah, it does actually seem like network torture texting, but it's setting up the QEMU, which I learned last night is a thing that, 2 nights ago, is a thing that exists and has a full debugger. So for once on these projects, I will have a debugger, and that is a glorious thing. Like, my God. That was actual hell to get that working. So the question is, where did it try and download? So it definitely didn't try and download from the right place. It tried to download from here, so that's fine. Alright. So all I really need is I just need to copy the export configuration and we're basically home free. Yeah, that's basically it. So hold on, let me actually do this correctly because I'll go crazy if I get this wrong. Okay, so SSHD, DHCPD, yes. We need Mount D. I think it's Mount D is the other one we need. Oh, we need a whole lot of them. Okay, that's fine. Actually, I just need the export folder. Maproot. Hoping that's about export. And I need to reboot to get all that stuff working. Yeah, I've been using Windows for a while. I switched from Linux because I was having so many problems with it, both from video editing and just real life stuff. I've been sort of on the fence of reinstalling Linux back onto one of the SSDs in this machine. And I just don't know if I really want to put myself through that because there are a lot of things that are easier to do under Linux, under Windows than under Linux. What I'm doing right now is probably not one of them. I'd want to do this in a VM regardless, but I'd probably be suffering all the same. Alright, let's copy over some bootloaders and let's just see what happens.
Okay, and nothing happened. Okay. There's that. So it's sending TFTP packets. And nothing's happening. Alright, can I do TFTP from here? Okay. So TFTP is having questions. Dot dot dot. TFTP address in use 34. I am deeply, deeply confused. Okay, local address. So... That's confusing. Okay, no, they can't talk to each other. That was weird. Okay. We should shut down previous on this side of the bridge because they will see the same MAC address and have issues, and I don't know, they might talk to each other. Okay, so that's working. Why can we not TFTP? Okay, now that's working. Where is it trying to do the TFTP download from? So it does get the reply. And then it gets confused. Oh yeah, didn't I have to set an ARP entry to make this work? This is suddenly feeling very familiar. I remember having to do this. Yeah, I'm remembering I had to futz with ARP when we had to do this last. And yeah, because it's getting an incomplete. Is that the same? No, it's a different. Oh, it is the same one. Okay. Alright, so we do this. ARP set next that ARP NA. And then yeah, okay, that actually did something. It crashed and burned, but it did something. Oh my god, we're in the fucking bootloader. Greece was the option I had, so I took it. I should go into more detail, but this is a story I'm not sure I'm ready to share. And I kind of need to think out the implications of fully sharing it. It was a complicated life decision. Oh my god, we actually got somewhere. Not the somewhere I wanted to be 4 hours ago, but we did get somewhere. Oh my god, it really has been 4 hours. I am legitimately thinking about what to do next, because right now I'm kind of still in the I am angry at this, and I don't know how much more I want to poke at it, but at least I've got like 70% of it actually working now. You know, I am slightly concerned now that I think about it. Does it always crash? Because if it always crashes, that means there might be a problem with this. I want to make sure it only crashed because it was such a long and slow boot up process. That is unfortunate. That means the bootloader crashes under QEMU. Got unexpected trap, format 7, vector 8. What trap is that? If it was vector 8... It says privilege violation. Format 7, SR, PC. I'm now wondering if this bootloader may not be compatible with the NeXT raw modder. That is actually a really big concern, because if that is the case, then I've got a bigger problem. I have to fix the bootloader. This isn't the one I built, though, so before we despair... I gotta pump my bootloader. This is going to get annoying real fast. I'm going to have to move my... I'm going to have to rsync in my development environment into the VM, which will at least make it less miserable, because then at least it'll all be in one place in one VM, and I can just not care. So actually, I guess that's a good thing, ... question mark. Although how I'm actually going to do that, I'm going to have to I think I've got Tailscale running in that VM. I can do it with Tailscale. I'm just going to have to rsync my trees, though, or something like that. Oh, I'm on the wrong machine. I'm on WireGuard test. That's why I can't find what I'm looking for. Okay. So here's the bootloader I built from source. Then I need to copy this one over. This isn't going to get annoying real quickly. Alright, if this crashes, then we've got a problem. Or you could just crash the entire flipping emulator. Yeah, that is the one I built myself. The whole emulator just went up in smoke. Double MMU fault. Where did it crash? Exception 03. I'm having a moment with this. All right. Let's actually connect the debugger. Let's just take a look. Let me just see if I can figure out. All right. Let's see if it takes a dive. Let's see if we actually end up in GDB. Because we don't. No, we do not. I'm not even sure what to make of that. That is the version I built myself. It works under previous. And dies under Cume. That is interesting. I want to check one thing. Let me drop the memory in the system to 16. And then that just starts making an exception 2, so let's give it 32. Now it's booting with various exceptions. It doesn't seem to like anything but 64K. Yeah, unless it's got 64, it falls over. Let me set a breakpoint on the exception vector. Maybe it'll give me, let's see here. Exception 6 is check register against bounds. If I want to break on an address. Do I have to set a hardware breakpoint? It's been so damn long. Actually, hold on. I think I can set a breakpoint on the load address of the bootloader. So read elf. Yeah, I got that. Read elf. Next boot. Oh, right, because it's got the A out header on it. So there's the entry point. So let me see here. If I tell this... to set a breakpoint there. Why am I forgetting? Has it really been this long? Let me see what chat's saying. Yeah, I mean... Currently reading, you can set breakpoints and watch points, yeah, so that works fine. Oh, wait a minute. Am I really this stupid? Is it? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Oh my god, I can't believe that took me that long. Let's see if we can break into the bootloader. There we go. I don't want to sit... Alright. So we're here. Backtrace... I just remember this is probably the version of the bootloader that is in the wrong place. So... let me just see if it's got to where it's supposed to be. I have that feeling it's not going to be. Yeah, that's not where it's supposed to be. This was the one that I built to... loop around on itself, so to speak. Yeah, okay, so I never actually rebuilt this. That's the problem. Sorry that I'm not talking much. I'm just trying to save what energy I have. Okay, yeah, so that's now in the correct place for the entry point. I don't know if it actually matters, but I don't know enough about how the parameter RAM works yet, so we are just going to right now just figure out what does work. Okay, I have to copy this from the other side. Okay, so that's there. I hate how many commands I have to type to actually do this. Oh, I killed the wrong VM. I killed the wrong VM. That was stupid. That was stupid. What happens on August 24th? I do vaguely remember reading about something about that. Like they were going to change how view counts work. And what can I do about it? I don't have the bandwidth to... I physically don't have the bandwidth to stream on two platforms. At least not from this physical location. Starting Mount D, why is it just timing out? I'm pretty close to tapping out here, folks. I'm really frustrated with this. See, it works in Previous, but I know that Previous's emulation's not exactly spot on. So this could be a bug. I also know in QEMU that I should see if Next Step works. I assume it does, but that might be kind of a smart thing to like test. So now it's starting DHCP. Wow, it is going very slow. Did I break it?
Like, did I actually break it or something? So tap 0 is down. Something broke. I'm... Okay, I don't even... Alright, don't kill that one. Oh, right, I need to give it that ARP line. Is TFTP having problems again? Like, this is feeling like a theme. Yeah, that might be some problems. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work right. So ARP delete 10.100.01. Of course, history doesn't work. I should actually save this in the config file. Okay, so unknown binary format was what we got, probably because I uploaded the wrong file like a turkey. Okay, so now it's working again. So what is... Okay, so that file was empty, so it probably is more that me killing the VM caused that not to get ran to disk. Try that. EN, no such device. Configured devices are EN and blah. Okay.
That's less terrible because it didn't immediately crash out in the same way. Let me give it a file name just to see if it, en no such device. We were able to boot from this before. And this is why I isolated out the boot code. Because I knew I was going to have to fucking tinker with it. Okay, so I need to actually get this tree and the NetBSD source tree onto this VM. What makes this difficult is, yeah, what makes this difficult is Subsystem for Linux can't actually read this. I guess there's no actual harm. I guess I could tar it up and do it that way. That's probably the easiest, or at least least obnoxious way to do that, because it looks like I'm going to be doing the rest of this in a VM all the way. So if we actually look at the config, so it looks at net strategy, and then there's gotta be, yeah, here we go, elf.en. So how do you determine that you are actually here? Because obviously something here and BNC/TP. Okay. Move this when things work. We were seeing this unexpected packet error. Now it's just saying it doesn't see it. Which is strange. Let's take a look at this again. No such device. To configure devices are nothing. Alright, so the question is, what is a configured device? No such device. We used this to start before. Like, I know this is a good binary, or this should be good code. Unless I did something that really effed it up. Just looking at chat, kind of thinking about it right now. What did I just do with my window? Let me check something first. Can I actually use the debugger in this state? Like, what is, just to see where we are in the code. Like, let's see if we actually have a functioning debugger. So examine format address is, let's take a look in memory. Okay, so yeah, this one's physical. I would think everything would be in a one-to-one identity mapping. Like the program counter is at a completely invalid. Yes, here. Is it? See, I kind of worry that the debugger stub is having issues, or I'm having issues. Because I don't seem to be able to do much of anything with it. Could also just be a me problem, and I'm just completely cooked. I went down a rabbit hole that I wasn't expecting. I really was just expecting I was going to work with previous, and I said, oh no, I want to get the debugger because, oh my god, the debugger would be so useful. And, let me check something. With previous, I learned that if I used Windows Tide, I could sometimes get it to break back into the ROM monitor. Yeah, so like if I do, and then I hit Window Tide, sometimes that gets pulled up. I think I have to have my mouse grabbed. Yeah, I can get this to break out. So I can get the system registers to read out here. So system register. I guess I have enough control with this in the debugger. I could possibly get this to work. So sockets parity, blah, 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 blah. So if I like want to examine... So if we want to examine the load address as it is right now, so 43800. 00. Alright, let me figure out how I get to show memory. Examine command with no arguments uses last. So if I just type in... I wish the font was bigger. Register address. Print record system error code, same as above. Continue execution at last PC. Open function code, address space. Examine command with no arguments uses last a list. A list is starting address or list of addresses to examine. So is it 0 question mark? Okay. Because honestly, I could just do this. As long as I have a memory monitor, I think I can actually make this work. Let me figure out how to actually use that. So I type B. Okay, so that's not how that works. So notes. Oh, there it is. So that's examine. Okay. So if I want to examine at 4 free... Oh, it actually crashed. Let's look at the first memory socket. 44444. I guess I'm going to have to use previous for this, because unless I mean, I could spend more time looking at it, but I feel like with the modder, I could probably have done this just easier, because I'm getting so frustrated with that. And it's like, why am I doing that to myself? All right, so the load address 4384444. So let me just see if we can see anything like that. So 4384444. Oh, and we do have things. So is those our loading bytes from here? Wrong window. $47740039. It looks like we're in the right vicinity, just not quite where I expect to be in memory. Well, actually, that would be the entry point, so hold on. Object dump, boot. Okay, so here's what we have, the loading code. And do we have a match of what I see here? 4704. I see 38 versus 49. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, because either the physical memory addresses, like, this should be 1-to-1 with no difference in where it loads. Oh, wait. The A out header might say something different. I might be looking in the wrong place in memory. No, it says, okay, A out executable OX4830, blah, 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 blah. Where is this possibly in code? I mean, this is definitely looking like actual valid machine code. Obviously, I don't have a... Yeah, like, does look like it's valid. Or at least it's similar to what I'm putting in. I'm just not completely convinced I understand where the instruction pointer is. Actually, you know, why don't we just ask where the instructor pointer is? Okay. So, processor registers... So the PC is not where I expect it to be. So let me hit continue execution. And then it gets stuck there. So let me hit boot EN. Oops, that was reboot, not go into debugger. Oh, the PC. I think the PC is always going to be there because I think it's showing the state of it while it's in the debugger, which isn't exactly useful, but that would make complete sense. Of... Let me see here. Like, those definitely look like addresses and variables in the code. I don't know if the PC thing is correct, because... I mean, we can examine it. Just take a look. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. I mean, this is definitely enough to debug with. But I need to understand exactly where I ended up in memory and such. I think I gotta do is I need to look at this, and then I need to look at... How exactly is this binary made? So it generates it as a raw file. So let me look at... So I actually need to look at boot.raw. And that actually looks like it matches up. 24, 47, 04. Why is that 38 there? I gotta be looking at a different part of the code then, like... Or... 7C 04 38, nothing. So it looks similar to the code that I load in, but then it gets changed in some way? What comes next is... Let's see, this is bytes. A-list format is the starting address. $24, 74, 38. It's like it's getting corrupted by something. I am more confused than anything, to be perfectly honest. Like, I've got the ROM modder here. I don't know if it's actually working. I don't think... It's not self-modifying. I mean, if we look at the object dump... I should actually take the binary file apart instead. I forgot how you... I think I have to force it... Yeah, I think I gotta tell it it's a binary file. I just need to remember which command that is. Is it like K? Like... Yeah, so it's complaining that file format is ambiguous. So how do I tell it the target? Okay, target object file. Target binary? No. Invalid BFD target. Here we go, supported targets. So it does a linker hack to make it an A out file. So let's just try that. And it's okay. So that gives us some stuff. So it moves those values into A1, A2. Is that valid or... Because that looks a little nonsensical to me. What does the other one say? Like... Okay, yeah, so that is valid. So it clears the BSS. Because that does match the actual code that we seem to be running. Yeah, that actually looks completely correct. And that's assumed, and that looks like correct for the load address it is. So it downloads it, and then it does nothing? Okay, that is just flat out fucking confusing. The question is, why is the examined variables different than what it should actually be? Because what the examined should be shouldn't change unless I have done something incredibly wrong. The smart thing would probably be to put a breakpoint right there at the start of the code, have it loop around, and then look at it with the ROM monitor. But I don't know if I can trust the ROM monitor, because I mean, I assume it got used with developing previous, but it's technically ELF. It does a hack to put an A out header on so the ROM monitor can work with it. I am curious what happens if I tell it to start the function code 0. If I tell it to jump to a given location, boot device, set input ratex. Okay, that didn't do anything. Okay, continue execution at last. Can I tell it to... What I want to do is I want to edit system register. That is not the ones I want to edit. Is it data register? No. There we go, register PC. So if I put this at 380000... I tell you to go, you do actually boot back around. So that does work. Definitely an interesting thing. All right, so continue. And then now I want to break into this. The thing is that the bits in memory look way different than the bits in the actual code. Let me go down like a way further. So like 3, 4, 29. Yeah, so here it's like 4380034, and that says okay, so 3, 4, 29 6B 00 B4. So maybe it's just those early memory bytes. That actually makes sense. Okay. It must patch something in the bootloader, the early boot code. It's because if we look at the early boot code. All right. I do feel like I've learned something today, even though I definitely didn't get a whole lot done. Yeah, because there's no statics or anything here. That's the wrong files. So we want to look here at start SRT. So it goes for C label, EN data, and EN. I guess that makes sense. I did hear someone. I did hear the thing go ding. Oh, Dave's new YouTube channel has apparently subscribed. Alright, so. I'm going to assume those bits are basically just changed on boot's scenario. So the next question that I have is, how do I make this do something useful? I guess I need to boot. All right. Today was kind of a bust on actually getting anything done, but I at least think I learned something. And honestly, I've been live streaming for 5 hours. I've made a promise to myself I'm not going to kill myself doing this. So, while this was not the most productive stream ever, I think I'm going to call it here, and we're just going to kind of... yeah, I think we're just going to kind of call it here. I'm going to add to the description. I am really frustrated with this. So I think at this point, yeah, I will call it, and we will see where we end up as a result. Just want to check some stuff before I shut the stream down. Yeah, at this point, I can't think of what else I need to do. Um, Going around in that debugging craziness, um, just sucked. So I'm just gonna call this a failed stream. I'm not gonna say it's a failed stream because I did learn some things, but man, we did not get a whole lot done today. All right, I'm gonna call this here, and then I'll. We may do this more tomorrow. Maybe we'll do something else tomorrow, but definitely going the right way. All right, catch you all later.